Yeah, then I have to like rename all of my business cards to Average Attorney. Hi, I'm Average Attorney instead of Ace Attorney. But don't worry, we've got this. There's no way we can lose. There's no way that the best case so far will have a weird jump in logic that I won't be able to figure out and will fuck up. Ain't no way. Never happens. Never happened. Never will happen. We're just gonna every single thing we're gonna breeze through, no problems. But yeah, I definitely am. I'm back. We're gonna finish or try to finish the Ace Attorney today. The thing is I'm feeling kind of sick at the moment. I have a little bit of aches and pains. I have a scratchy throat. I woke up with my kind of slightly draining, so I know where this is all heading. This is all definitely going to be slamming me in the next couple days. So right now, while I'm in the best as I possibly will probably be for the next couple days, I need to get this case finished, or at least I would like to get this case finished, because I don't know how much my having like a runny nose and sore throat will end up messing with my voices and stuff. So I want to try getting them done now. Hopefully this is not an over 4 hour. Hopefully there's not more than 4 hours left of this trial. I would really like them to finish it in 2 parts, usually about 2 hours each. Hopefully it's a little bit less than that, but let's find that out. And then next week when I'll stream, it'll just be probably Mega Man, because it's been a while. I've been doing Mega Man for a while, and I've been not streaming it here and there. So I think next week I'll probably just finish off Mega Man in between doing cases 4 and 5 of doing this. And if I do somehow completely finish Mega Man, which I doubt I will, especially if I do like the extra content on stream and stuff, then I'll do maybe a little bit of Skyrim in between and then pick this back up next Monday. But I definitely want to try to getting this finished today, so I have at least 2 cases left, so I can pick up another group. So where we last left off, we had done the first part of the trial where a inventor was accused of rigging a fake machine that blew up and killed a man who was a he was a rich man because he had he's a con artist pretty much, who's made his entire money through a criminal empire, and likes to hand out money for things and being a fake loan and handing out fake loans and then like getting people on it. One of the people he gave loans to was this inventor to create a device that was supposed to teleport things. Clearly, teleportation isn't real, so it was a scam. But the scientist was convinced that it was real. The person who funded this, the head of the criminal empire, ended up dying in the experiment, which the experiment itself was made by a con artist scientist who is not only a magician but also has run tricks of the trades before. So assumably he was not supposed to die in the accident but died anyway. And the scientist, believing that teleportation was real, almost got himself convicted on it because he wouldn't give up the fact that his invention was actually bullshit and he was being conned, which we eventually got him to do. We then searched for and found the person who made the device to get him on trial, who not only blew up the fake invention with a time bomb, but also tried to kill all of us with a time bomb as well. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes completely did not notice that the time bomb was there and never turned it off until the last second, where somebody turned it off for us. So we did not all just blow up. However, nobody knew about the bomb in the experiment, and the experiment, as a big chunk of evidence, was blown up. So the only thing we'll be able to get from it is whatever the forensics division was able to get for us before it, detonated. So we have now the inventor. We also have realized that the inventor stole a waxwork dummy, which we can all kind of see where this one's going. Since, as I keep calling it, Chekhov's waxwork. Like, if you've got a wax dummy, that could be a copy of someone. Of course, we're using it somewhere. And when they found the head of the dummy with the Flim Flam artist, though. So we're taking him to trial the next day to finally prove that he knew what he was doing was conning everybody when he made this fake machine, and was also behind the death of whatever the hell the rich guy was called. I forget his fucking name. But anyway, let's go. Good morning, you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
Well, I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to.
Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes. Do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again.
Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but
My dear fellows, I must object. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes? What's the matter? Surely, you overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow. Ah, fuck, you're right. Yeah. I almost forgot. Ha, Lamau. Arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First to end, you can show any moment. There you go. Arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was betrayed. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea.
I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory.
So to cut in.
Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why have a grim expression at this delightfully early hour?
No, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh?
Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor?
What? I don't know.
Poor Professor.
Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for.
What paperwork?
Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling that it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report.
That mass murderers. So we have the updated autopsy report. Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy?
He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all under wraps. And he was quickly executed as soon as after the trial. It's all here.
The killer's autopsy report had been entered the court record. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector.
Yes. Much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course.
Yeah, we're not talking to him right now. Let's open this court record. Okay, we clearly have no more room for evidence unless we have one more bit of room. And there's no way we're not unlocking the head in the middle of the trial. Condemned prisoner, redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym the professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. 17th of June by Courtney Stevens. So this is when we find out that Courtney Stevens is not trustworthy. Okay, and this apparently the trophy is going to come back into it as well. Let me guess, we open the trophy. There's no secret I can expose now. Okay, just making sure this isn't like the crossbow with like a secret latch that if I just had only gone over it slightly. Well then, Professor Harebrain, that's it. Today we're going to lay this all to rest. I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
Well, I suppose he'll be here today, will he?
Rather. Yes, we expect our prosecution to summon him as a witness.
Well, I'm still amazed that you managed to fight him just in one day. Well, I really owe you both so much. Counsel, and the defendant, the trial's about to resume. Go on and make your way into the room at once.
This is it then. The final chapter. It's the final countdown. Funny. My heart's still racing. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Yeah, oh, that's right. Kazuma, who died in the second episode, who was our friend who spurred us to be a lawyer, is clearly not dead, and he's amnesiac, and he's going to be in this trial as well, so can't wait to let's get going. Finding the truth.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, the present, who stands accused of murder. Nor the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed.
The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zeeks has an apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks.
Yes, my lord.
There appears to be someone standing at your side.
Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. I therefore instructed my assistant to ensure that he is the best bottle opener he can be for me, the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquor refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia.
so there's really nothing we can do at the moment.
I know, but oh, this is so very hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you successfully secured the engineer, who disappeared from the scene the day in question.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good. Very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing.
To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, that's against the magician's code, not to mention the law.
Any victim they should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what both sides of the fence, and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
I wasn't like this in my day. I wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks.
But before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibit Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons.
It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report in my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens, and the wreckage reduced to ashes and flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes, a terrible business.
He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber.
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. The post-explosion photograph has been entered into the court record.
Late yesterday afternoon, the prosecution afforded to the machine by the special dispensation for scientific equipment that was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very difficult trial.
Huh? Very different trial.
As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Oh, indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine, who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asbin died as a result of the accident caused by the machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So, what exactly were the two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of this defendant. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand.
Mr. Poppenlock himself.
This is a pretty good design for an evil scientist, though. State your name and occupation for the court.
Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down. I would say...
See that man in the black monocle? Yes, I do believe I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary, astounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Dreb, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. So our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What?
Good gracious, you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
But we already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. Huh? All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of state trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But...
We procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony. I don't give a fuck what the prosecution just said. Whatever, I accept it. Even though we kind of did not do that. We kind of actually did show it wasn't going to work. But oh well, whatever, fuck it. New day, new judge. About the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibit.
Understood.
the kinesis machine.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with blueprints and I constructed the machine to its precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
A body double?
That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines?
Ugh. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no such twin sibling.
Oh, it's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have made an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings? Well, the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber.
Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys upon the innocent scientist to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how.
Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field.
Investigating of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was...
An unfortunate accident. Or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by a misuse of the science.
Counsel for defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
The kinesis machine.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asmund's introduction.
So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asmund himself?
Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous inventor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for.
So, why did Asmund approach you in particular then?
Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
Not to mention excellence in fraud.
Hard to gauge, but the point is all I did was construct a machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other. He provided me with blueprints and I constructed the machine to its precise specifications. It was no trick.
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of the conjuring magic. However,
The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
it's a possibility that we have to explore.
Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there?
It appears the kinesis machine has fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear.
He must have planned all this from the outset.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin?
Of course, that's it. Mr. Asmund has a twin.
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asmund has no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim, but Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asmund, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So, it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asmund then? What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Also, I found out, bit of trivia, I've been watching some anime recently. I've been watching the 3rd season of Jujutsu Kaisen, and I noticed something when they were saying, oh, I see, or I understand. But every time they did that, I realized what they were actually saying was Naruhodo. So, I realized apparently his last name is I understand, or I see. I get it now. So, nice, one of those things that you wouldn't have really noticed if you didn't know the language. Because it literally took me a game and a half, and randomly hearing it going, wait a minute, what did they just say?
Just at the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim was playing on my mind.
All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
Oh shit, I didn't.
Press those two.
He's clearly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than a genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asmund and this man on the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeke's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber?
Hold it!
It crashed head first, you say?
According to the many witness reports from those that were there at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the expedition grounds that day?
Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop.
Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene.
Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for so many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst to the tower.
What a surprise.
I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it?
How would you have come by that information?
Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to be belonged to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet the level to which such things can be determined. Oh. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the bird cage with his neck broken.
It's obvious that he fell from a considerable height.
Huh, I suppose that's hard to deny. I think I know the one they want on this one. I think they want me to show them. I'll do the last press, but I'm pretty sure they want me to show off the cage that's broken at the bottom, not the top, during that line.
A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine is built is flawed somehow.
So you understood the science, did you?
Not in the slightest.
Oh, right.
As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example.
But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on?
Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you?
A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound.
Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matter when it comes to proving a hypothesis.
Alright, so like I said, I'm pretty sure the one I'm supposed to be doing is representing the broken birdcage.
Objection!
We examine the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top.
What are you saying?
That's the opposite of where they should be.
That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery.
Ah.
Good gracious, explain yourself, witness.
Well,
If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witnesses' reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following the spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeds to fall from 30 feet into the Crystal Tower at the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken. He plummeted 30 feet inside the heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed.
a riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae actually.
He wasn't quite for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deserves a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's an undertone here.
Yes. And there's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as in certain truth very plainly demonstrates.
What?
It seems to me that the cross-examination has better continue to resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with the details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all.
Ugh, I hardly had him there. I nearly had him there.
The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Bullshit. We know exactly where it fell from. What do you mean?
Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of an audience.
Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true.
And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere.
The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore a total distance to the birdcage fell.
And there's no other location for the cage that could have fallen to that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage to the sky above the Crystal Tower.
A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
Oh yes, it's very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes.
Alright, we're going back. It's present. And I assume they want us to show them... the trapdoor and the broken one here. Because it's a giant hole and the thing is 30 feet, so...
Objection!
No, this isn't the one they want. Okay. The defense would have objected to that statement, my lord.
And I would have to rule the objection, counsel.
The defense would like to accept the penalty given.
Glad to hear it. And I would also like you to think again,
Alright, if that's not it, then... Are we supposed to use the blueprint? Or... I assume we use the blueprint then, since there's just nothing else that shows the height if they don't like this one. But I could just be... It feels like it's right, but I don't know if that's what they actually want. This is one of those ones that kind of feels like multiple bits of evidence should let me get the same result. But we'll see. Or maybe it doesn't even want to be from this one. Let's see.
Objection!
It is the blueprint. Okay.
This is a diagram from the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down to the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense is a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord, of course. You will indicate the place in which you are referring. The same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen in the requisite 30 feet.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's at about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experimentation got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and we assumed that there would be a void underneath. This birdcage, and the one seen by the audience, would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design.
Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photograph print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls out the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drever. Eh? It was you who built the Kinesis machine. which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out the deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection!
If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely.
What?
Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts.
2?
Firstly, before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
And I believe the members of Scotland Yard have also been on duty watch at the very public event.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of birdcage.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to.
The nonsense which the crossbow that doesn't bolster. What do you mean it doesn't bolster the case? It literally does, yes. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion, it's a distant lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so.
A motive?
Do I have to think of everything on everything myself? I have here a contract provided me by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Van Zieks?
The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asmir, reads: Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income.
30%? Certainly a very favorable contractual condition.
But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause.
What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold his right on condition that both contracting parties are alive.
In other words, if either of us to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmon's death. The diametric opposite, in fact.
Ugh. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit an illegal crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil.
It seems the defense's assertions were somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit a contract as evidence, please. Trevor's contract has been entered into the court record. Terms of investment. The investor, Mr. Odie Asmon, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income, and Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. So I guess it's wondering what the or other income means. It's true, if Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage, with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been.
There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah, so I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo.
And I've no doubt.
And I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertions that are undeniable truth too.
Well, it would seem that the Defiance has no rejoinder to offer.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecutors, the counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up entirely by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, this inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out your crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel? What are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now. Well, then I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equal serious punishment for your slander.
Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in the matter?
What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my own part. I don't know for sure Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. Not that one. Who would the accomplice be? Either it's Asbin himself or... So, they're keeping... I guess it could be Balthazar. The Bohemian boy is still here. I don't know why the Bohemian boy is still here. But I guess he was, whatchamacallit. And I don't think we're bringing Courtney into this yet. We might be soon. His accomplice, obviously, was a waxwork dummy. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? It's almost always yet to keep going. I'm unsure of who would want me to say it is. I mean, unless it just means Odie Asman. But that wouldn't have been an accomplice to killing himself. Unsure. I guess I'll do this just in case. Let me get a tissue. I'll be right back too.
So the idea would be, I guess, that the person who assisted him would be the balloon guy, because the balloon guy kept saying, no, there's only 3 balloons up there, but he would have known if there was a 4th up there. So I'm gonna assume it's going to be the balloon guy as the accomplice, especially since he had a miniature version of the balloon used in his place. Let's see. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow, the 2 bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel? Huh? My lord? You have received a stark warning already. You are nevertheless determined. Then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? Alright, so once again, it's either the balloon guy is the accomplice, or it's Courtney Scythe. Did they act like they knew each other? Do I pull the gun and like make a wild accusation saying the coroner is in league with him? Or do I go for the one that I think might be closer to it? Like, there's no way Balthazar didn't know that there was the other balloon hanging around. I'm gonna go with the coroner, because it feels like that's what the game is trying to push me to. And I'm just thinking that this is a connection, but maybe this is what the game's gonna bring up later, not now. So I'll just say, I'll do the coroner. If it tells me I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Take that!
No, it's not right. Okay. The name of the person in question. That's wrong, my Nymphonese friend. Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her... okay, it is. Okay. Naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it will be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. The enemy will always appear larger in life, but you appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
What in blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe?
The head of the forensic investigation team, and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. Then, when else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in the team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify.
You've got the nerve, lad! Standing up there, dragging the Yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another great problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once.
Grave problem.
Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
What? Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, the cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported.
which means there was no one dead or alive to have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asmund. But that's wrong! There was the wax dummy figure, which we know he's even being accused of thieving. The judge even mentioned it. Ugh, that's true, but it's not true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must also have been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I got the answer to this yet. Have I? What can I do to reveal how this body was a stunt? Name. What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Name someone, present evidence. How? Okay. So, how would it want me to do this? Would I be presenting evidence of the waxwork head? Because this just means that they stole the prisoner's body, removed his head, and put a different one on the corpse. Or is it... I don't think I'm naming Esmeralda 2 spells. I don't think I'm calling 2 spells yet. She's probably going to be an expert witness. Oh, let me move back to Balthazar. So I'm going to assume it's going to be the head. And that's going to tie the waxwork in. Very well. The defense will now address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asmund's body double.
Good gracious, the evidence. I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witness would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 80 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was... Wait, are we... Wait, now, is it actually a person now that it wants? I'm assuming it's... Take that! We know that... Okay, we're good. We know that the victim, Mr. Asmund, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contains something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower.
Yes, counsel. According to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Oh, okay. It's literally sitting in the... Alright, that helps out a lot. Knowing that it actually was in one solid thing helps a lot.
Objection!
It's not just the head. They actually brought the whole body and everything. That's very good. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nimpleness friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. Eh? What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Two Spells.
Did you say abducted?
and 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then, the timing. Why the fuck would he return a huge piece of evidence? Why did he only keep the head and return the rest of it? I mean, come on, he kind of gave himself away there with that one. What the fuck was he thinking? Then the timing.
Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asmund. Nah.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated the vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientists. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner and the public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are you really to believe the far-fetched tale? What do you decide? I was hoping we would stay away from doing this, but I guess we're going to be doing this. Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord. Here we go. Well, at least the first half of the case didn't do this, but sure, you get one. Just don't do this a second time in this case.
Only to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your learnings to the court to hear now.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Yeah, but none of this makes our scientist guy guilty.
Kill me.
The more these cases go on, the more I don't like this mechanic.
So, as indicted by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was going to happen. Shall we get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do? And uncover some new truths along the way? I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as well, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided the defendant is guilty of the crime and we is charged.
I love how, okay, the one part I do like here is we're not even calling for our right to do the judicial findings. The judge is just like, I know you're going to do it, so I'm just going to go right into it. We're not even going to have you ask it. Fuck it, we're doing it.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never been accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I have had my own problems with the members of the police, but I doubt to trust them this much. Oh, I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever installed in a bird cage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without evidence is not a proper job, is he? I would have it.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model of the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmund's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. Yeah, because the real head that was used when it was used as a body double, we don't have yet. Because the entire body was returned to the museum, but without a head. That head was in his office the entire time. So clearly, and it was trapped inside of a balloon as well. So clearly, the head that was used in the day of the experiment wasn't the current head that's on top of it. Dun dun dun. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, and why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why? Nothing else? Why nothing else do you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. Seek a way out.
If you are ready, Counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. The defense's rebuttal.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never been accomplice to anything.
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes, when needs must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
I've only had a Metropolitan Police Service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public don't trust coppers. Back when I started, it was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight with the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, more and more than it is now, and she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. What's written when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back when, I tell you.
Could you tell me without holding the gun in the air?
We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of him we were, full of him.
That's coming across loud and clear.
It's utter nonsense to think that those who would ever be conniving with each other.
But we're only just starting to understand the case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind the murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant in this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of the examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, that woman is the foremost of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? Hold it! Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, you don't know of any connection. Oh god. Oh gosh. But it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know? Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. Clearly... Aha! Objection! Clearly, Dr. Scythe has white hair, and so does Enoch Drebber. So they're obviously related, because, you know, white hair. Fuck you. No one else here has white hair, except for Mr. Strongheart, which means he's also connected. He's also their brother. It's Male, Courtney, and Enoch. The classic trio. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this corner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of the connection, she'll be first to know. She probably did the original autopsy, right? Because we have that. Yeah, Courtney. Courtney Stevens. So, same name, different last name. So the coroner who did that one and this one is the same person. Or at least they're related to each other. Well, it's the same first name, so I assume the last name changed. Probably if she got married or something, it would have changed her. Maybe Stevens is the maiden name.
Well, I have my own problems with the members of the police. I do not trust them much.
Hold it!
What sort of problems?
Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing in the streets.
Right, I see.
Well, obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Oh, you're calling a mass murderer?
Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something that you wanted to add in response to what the Juror 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
The respect.
Respected you? Huh. No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name on it.
There we go, Stevens.
Hold it!
She was the best. What? Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Oh, sorry, got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married.
Of course, yes. LMA, it's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. Legendary coroner even then.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she?
What did I say? What did you say?
What?
That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team.
Legendary was your description, sir, not mine.
Rubbish! That would never have passed my lips. I never describe anybody like that way, ever. Not if they were still in the game.
I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Scythe is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair?
It would. If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation to the mud.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Legendary.
Oh, legendary.
He must hate playing Hearthstone.
More I'm saying rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever installed with the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Hold it!
But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there had been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the bird cage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. If that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence.
Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage?
Huh. Can I produce that or not?
I don't.
It's gotta be... We don't have the whole body, right? It would have to be from the birdcage somehow. Is that a smudge? That's not a smudge. Okay. It looks like it's something, but... not letting me click on it, so... nothing I can get from... the cage. We're gonna open that at some point, but not now. A small fragment of very unusual thick glass that was found in the folds of the glass. I guess that we can show that. So yes, I have evidence. Even though we found it not in the body and had it tagged as actual evidence, it's something that we found outside of it that we are just kind of saying we found in it without any way of proving we found it in it, but whatever. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh, I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. Though given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So, you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage, namely, this piece of glass.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass. Though it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that was found inside the jacket of the waxworks. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
Holy smokes!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On that day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
How much the small piece originated? Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now the clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you're showing me here, yes, I believe obligated to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, who has a very nice voice, by the way, slightly deeper than mine. Oh, it's amazing. Will you amend your statement now, please? Our presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage.
Hold it!
Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir.
Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is covered by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
Ah.
What's the matter with you? Took her to say some words of thanks on the mother of all academic subjects?
What is it about scientists, honestly?
Accusing someone without right evidence is not a proper job. I see it. Won't have it.
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn in the court with you?
Colonel Cobb, he's been growing back at the farm. Picked him off the way here in the town. He's a proper nibbler, he is.
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe you could wait until after the trial?
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I summit big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see?
Hey, why is this American on the British jury? They're just munching on that corn. You're talking about your cob of corn. Nibble gobble guilty gobble, nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble guilty bobble, nibble nobble guilty out. Nibble double guilty bubble, nibble okay. On and on and on and on and on, etc., 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 etc.
Perhaps it's asking to fortune telling with flower petals? It's akin to fortune telling with flower petals, like people do back home?
So Professor Hairbrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn? Behold! Corn! Behold! More corn! Don't worry, Steve, it's different this time. Stab, 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 stab. Aha! It's not different at all, is it, Steve? Man. Such a fucking stupid show. I love it. I should probably get that one. I should probably add that to the soundboard at some point. Oops. When I went to change things, it kind of... The next one, I'll be 1 second.
Gentlemen, I bring you more corn!
Oh, I don't know about that. Me tum's awfully full already.
Amazing. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model professor was in the birdcage. But on the other hand, it explains a lot.
If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used in Mr. Asmund's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but the most puzzling part of it too.
In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean while trying to change the jurors' minds. You can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruto. I'm sure you could do this.
Right. Yes.
Alright, so what do we have here? We gotta press them against each other. I've already gotten them to change stuff.
So, she was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course, a legendary corner even then. It's an nonsense thing that those two would ever be conniving with each other. Oh dear, this is the most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the corner, is it? The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. Accusing someone without outright evidence is not proper. So do I take... Leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside. So do I take juror number 4 against number 5?
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! Those statements you refer, counsel.
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that his assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, It would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Ah, well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See? I, wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Kolb anymore, who's something between my ears.
Success. If you can call it that.
Well, of course, you've got some evidences. That's the whole other cob of corn, isn't it? Lovely job.
So the next ones are... Oh dear, the most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. It's utter nonsense to think the two would ever be conniving with each other. And she was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her. Do I... Surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. It's not like we take this. It's not like we say, well, the glass was on the dummy. Because we have to prove that she had the glass. So do we just take... Like, do we find out more about Stevens? Like, no one else has the same last name, right? Yeah. Oh, metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber wasn't was really talented scientist. Are we saying that this is... There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering... Here we go. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. What we're trying to say is this is not Drebber's trophy. This is Courtney's trophy. And this trophy was in his house. Haha. Because it's for the future of scientific discovery. Which would mostly fit Miss Stevens. Or I should say Miss Scythe. Because there's no name on it. All right, so this is definitely the clue. The question is do I pit two jurors against each other and then it's other nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh, it is most disturbing with the waxwork. It still has nothing to do with the coroner. Do we press again? Why'd you assume that? Simply because Swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True as it stands, we don't know any of the connections. Oh gosh, but would life be romantic if they were somehow? So would I have to pit them against each other and then hope it just gives me a chance to show the evidence I'm looking for? Sorry, I didn't mean to sit through this again. I should have went to the left instead.
Hold it!
Okay. I guess I'm just gonna have to blindly pick 2 of these and hope it gives me a chance to show the evidence that I think connects these 2. But I don't feel. I honestly don't know who I'm supposed to be pressing against the cop. Unless I'm supposed to do number 1 and number 2. The waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner. There's only nothing that those 2 would ever be conniving with one another. How do I get them to? Maybe do I finish his? Shit.
Hold it!
I jumped out of his early, so maybe I have to finish his. Sometimes they even cook up a story. Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, that is why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork bottle was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think it will take my chances to believe the authorities on this occasion. This is how the public at large views Scotland Yard, is it? Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home. Yes, like a Scotland Yard stick. I wonder how policemen would feel listening to the way the juror speaks about the force. I'm sure he'd have a word or 2 to say in response. I mean, he did in A Different Future. I don't know. I don't really want to blow a lot of penalizes by choosing the wrong ones that I want to be. So I'm just gonna have to do this because I literally cannot. I don't. There's a couple possibilities I don't understand, so we're just gonna go with it. Unless it just wants me to pit him against the other cop just to make them fight each other, but. Shit, I don't know. I have a piece of evidence that I think can point to something I want to get, but I don't know how to get them to bring up the topic. Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. A legendary corner. I assume it has to be that. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with this, but
Objection!
those 2 statements are fundamentally at odds with one another. Well, Mr. Foreman?
Oh, there's to be a new Sherlock Holmes adventure published next month, by the looks.
My lord, the foreman of the jury isn't listening.
Is that so? Well, I shall have to reserve myself a copy at the local news in that case.
Miss Sasato, no one is listening to what I'm saying. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity to have a rethink then, Mr. Naruhodo. Fear not, my learned friend. I heard every sorry word. Ugh, it sounds like I'm on the wrong track here. I better think again.
Objection!
Okay, it is it is these 2. I don't so here's the thing. I don't see how these statements contradict each other. I know I have a sound theory, but I wish I could show a piece of evidence and found a connection between them in the first place instead of just kind of randomly saying shit, but whatever.
Those 2 statements are clearly contradict each other. Oh, gracious. 2 statements you confer, counsel.
So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard the juror number 6 said in the statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally. As a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But, oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer? What? But we're saying that as in did the autopsy of the killer. Okay. Oh, okay. That's how they're. Oh, okay. Because she mentioned the scythe. And he changed the name to Stevens, and Stevens is on the coroner report that she made. So that's the connection to the waxwork. Okay. Yeah, I think I should have gotten that. I probably should have gotten that, but I just was not thinking that way. I thought I found the one piece of evidence that I think is correct, and was wondering how the hell that's supposed to reach, instead of just thinking, oh, how is she connected to the waxwork corner of the waxwork of the actual person? Okay. Yeah. Through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there's a substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Sight to the mass murderer known as Professor.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does this have? Well, you see, Your Honor, it's updated. It is, of course, the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. Oh, professors, but the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. Identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens?
Strikes a light.
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tispel's. A waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between these events? Absolutely. It's very, very, very loose, but sure. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Right. Can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's still this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best corner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall learning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach its consensus at this time. Then the trial must continue.
We did it? Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
A waxwork of the despicable professor. Used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe this assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
Humph.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
Hey, Honor.
Madame Tuspels. I really thought that Lord Vinzix would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness, with the immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yes?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
The court shall show adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare for taking a stand.
Madame Tuspels, yes. I'll see to it at once.
And the reason why he's saying that is Tuspels uses the corpses of the person to make the face. So underneath that masked face is going to be his brother, who was the professor who did all the killings, which is why they're hiding it, because he was a big prosecutor. So she definitely has the key for getting that mask off. And got it right after the victim's death, most likely, as well.
Ah, the knight errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself.
I had to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's the professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies.
As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to the case than any of us realized, isn't he?
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer, who took his esteemed brother's life, makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that on the front of the man. Make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in this trial has a link to the case somehow, and they all have white hair. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Well, that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection with any other.
Excuse me.
Oh, no.
Excuse me.
Dr. Scythe?
Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. On what particular pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. A smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being a complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in a way I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say.
So, good day to you. She mentioned it too. The Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning that will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think that maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. The final chapter, but no, there's 2 more chapters after this. What do you mean?
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of the court. The counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case is under scrutiny began with a damning incident at the great exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the deaths of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectations.
That seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nymphonese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin with our explanation of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was candidly involved in this matter. Well, actually, you know what, Van Zieks? You got me on that one. Every single time we have one of these trials, he brings something out of his ass, and it turns out to be right. So, yeah, fuck it. All right, I'm calling this a mistrial. It's fine. It's over. I agree. He's been right so many times with these weird things. I'm just going to say it's right. Let's move on. We can all go to lunch now. Lord Van Zieks.
My lord.
Oh, we're still awaiting the arrival of Madame Two Spells.
But not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Bring in the bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Two Spells to the stand.
Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber's responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have an accomplice in Dr. Scythe.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork.
Yeah. So he is the one who saw the body rise out of the ground, and she was the coroner who supposedly did his autopsy. Which, if he did rise out of the ground, means he wasn't actually dead, and Dr. Courtney Scythe would have known. So my assumption is that the professor is Van Zieks' brother, and Van Zieks' brother was killing people of nobility because they were probably using their money to cheat the system and get off a prosecution by bribing jury or bribing judges. So Van Zieks' brother, hateful that the justice system was being worked around, killed them instead because he knew that they were guilty and he knew that they bribed their way out. And he wanted somebody, especially people who were rich, who were able to pay out the system to get their just desserts. However, he got caught, but Dr. Courtney Scythe noticed that either they set it up so he would not die at the gallows, or noticed he didn't die at the gallows, and fudged his autopsy. Madame Two Spells was able to make the cast of his face, but he awoke out of his... Or maybe she already had a cast of a face from it. But he got out of his coffin because he wasn't dead, and unfortunately Drebber happened to be there. Would they then had to either fake a corpse, or maybe even had Madame Tuspells make the fake corpse and put one in there as well? Maybe there is also a fake waxwork dummy where people said, look, that's his corpse, obviously. So maybe Madame Tuspells is involved and they paid her to make it. So she has 2 of them, one for the special exhibit because she already knew what the face was like, because she made the fake one that's in the coffin now, maybe. And that is also why the Reaper of the Bailey, Van Zieks, keeps having people who escape, who are guilty, are also being murdered. Because his brother isn't dead and is just following his younger brother's cases and murdering those people he knows are guilty and gets off. Which is why the first case we ever did in Britain, they murdered whatever the fuck his name was. They murdered our first defendant because he actually did bring in fake evidence and bribed a couple people to give false evidence. But he hasn't killed any of our defendants, because all of our defendants are actually not guilty, and we didn't bribe or cheat to get our verdicts. We actually proved it, which is why what's his fucking name, Edgar Allan Poe isn't dead, and why Gina's not dead either. Yes, so that's my guess of how this is all getting wrapped up, or what the whole mystery behind all this is. Yes, the model professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. State your name and occupation for the court, please. Okay, well, every single time they make one of these characters do an animation, the animation is always brought in somehow, so I can't wait till this bust is part of the evidence.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspells. I'm a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so she finally gets a statue, does... Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world.
Oh my, what expression is she carving into that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped? It's been wax-napped.
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the damasked visage of the professor? I have the key right here, but it's strictly forbidden to open the lock.
God, she's so hot. I mean, she's so gross.
This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath that mask, but clearly it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that the repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem you're unaware of the Tuspells' principles.
What principles? The family Two Spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There is also a well-known legend about the Two Spells waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Two Spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved into the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine suite. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Two Spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath the mask?
Oui, the true visage of a killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Two Spells special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave. It's a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony in the matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
Judge, can we just skip all that and just open the fucking thing? Can we just open it and skip all this? But whatever.
With pleasure.
The professor's waxwork.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage that was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Two Spells' family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head of the cemetery just before the internet.
The interment.
Just before the interment. And I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
The gravedigger, the man sanctioned this.
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance of my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do? And who was the gravedigger in question?
That's right, motherfucker. It was Enoch Drebber.
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster. Naturally. I was well aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Two Spells would not be Two Spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity in our sculptures. I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit of your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave, which is literally sitting right here in the middle of the trial. Like, we literally opened, it's sitting in the middle. We can see it right here. It's not that frightening anymore.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. And oh look, it's Drebber. He's right there. Obvious now. We got him.
Was the ball mask the blame for the Great Blaze? Ooh, what is this extra lore we've got here? The fire that engulfed the popular theater continues to draw attention in reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site that would offer words of condolences to the theater's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. The theater had been under lease to a famed magician, John Henry Anderson. Is that the guy who's in the jury right now? And there is some speculation. The blame for the fire lies squarely on him for this instance of holding his ball mask there. Could this magical tricks have played a trick on him, costing the city great center for the arts?
The investigation into the true crime is expected to continue the next month, if beyond, according to the sources. So there's also a giant fire around this time too, huh? Oh, look. Oh, and if you look at the corner of the picture, it's signed by Asmin. So did Asmin take this picture? Or Asmin drew the picture, possibly based off of a photograph? Which means Dr. Asmin had an actual picture of the face of the killer, and he just drew a skull there, but he has a photographic print of who the person's actual face is. Okay.
The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
Continued articles went into the court record. Man that rises from grave. It's too absurd for words. Oh, okay. I can't actually inspect it further. Mad Sheep Rampage. Charles Darwin received Copley Medal. The Great Stink. Parliament is to finally address the foul issue. A great sewers. Oh, okay. They're releasing the stink by building their sewers finally. Yeah. Because people just shit everywhere and throw it out into the streets. Man, the lies from grave. Too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from the exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. We'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Dr. Drebber were in on this crime together. The Professor Waxwork.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Duspel's family. Alright, we're gonna have to just press it. I can't just skip over it and try to pick the one out.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be
A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Alright, I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
yes, that story will never disappear.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction to my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab, covering his tomb, and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside of him, but an instant later he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way to the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
Okay, so he was alive, and so his brother is actually dead. They actually did finish him off with a shot, maybe. The corpse climbed out of his own grave,
And then somebody shot him? Who? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was all just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
but was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth.
Yeah, like the gunshot's probably the fake part.
Ah, I see that people from the East End can just be as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry.
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see. There would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered an intended fate.
An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What's your sort of letter?
When's my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Call me up.
No.
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And it's thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression of the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of Tuspel's. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head of the cemetery just before the interment.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
It would seem the proprietors of the repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record his history. It is the raison d'etre of the Tuspel's Museum. The tour, there you go. Raison d'etre of the Tuspel's Museum.
But the man was convicted in a close court and sent for immediate execution. And surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family. I think, don't you?
So, 10 years ago, on the night of the Professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Oui, exactamente. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be?
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. There was a big bullet wound in his fucking head. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have had an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impressions of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that is that an amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
Wrigley Mortis?
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death and a body is discovered.
Well, that was educational, if a slightly scary one.
As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that is why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work, too. With all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the court just heard from Madame Dispels. It's significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
This is no time for jokes, Miss Osato. I shall give you neither +2 nor -2. It is not the time. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death, is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
I don't realize waxwork artisan would be so well versed with the subject.
No, that is not elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I want to admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I wonder if I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you'd like.
I think corpses should be in your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear. I'll do my very best. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately?
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with the utensils and wax in the morning, the light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of the year. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early.
The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half an hour. I was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape? Or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to be extraordinary lengths for your work, madam. I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Sure. Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture in early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be extremely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant. Hardly amend your formal testimony, then, madam.
With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in half an hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred.
Okay, so death by hanging was confirmed at midnight. However, the sun was supposed to rise at 4:40 in the morning, and she said that rigor mortis had not set in. So, if you completed your work in a half hour before the morning sunrise, we'll be generous and say you started around 4 a.m., which means that would have been 4 hours after he was confirmed dead by Courtney Stevens. In other words, rigor mortis should have been in his body by the time you went to do the casting, which means Courtney Stevens falsified his death, or what time he was confirmed dead. Since if you were telling the truth and he was dead, but the jaw was slack, it must have been at least an hour or more after the time Courtney confirmed the death. Dun dun dun. I wonder if I'm supposed to present it here.
Objection!
Fuck, am I supposed to wait first? Shit. That last statement would seem to be at odds somehow with the evidence. Aw, damn it. I had to wait first. Fuck, I got too excited. God damn it. Whatever. Seems like a jar. Seems too jar, though, don't you think?
What I think is that the whole exchange has been extremely jarring, yes.
Perhaps I need to consider this. Alright, let me press it first.
I heard to finish my work in half an hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred.
Hold it!
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something?
I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison could commence his patrol of the area.
Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too then?
I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone. Well, the secret is no longer a secret, huh?
The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work.
Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
So, that's all I have to go on?
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo?
For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know that links the pair of them. So I feel sure the waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow.
In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover what's true. Otherwise, the jurors are seen to revert their learnings and the trial will be over.
I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Van Zeeks than anyone else. That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
Yes, as do I.
After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Alright, so my guess is then if it's not the last one, it's...
Objection!
There you go, yeah, okay, it was this one. Madam Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
Oui? Or en oui?
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nymphonese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impressions just before dawn. At the time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time.
But, on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No! If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in.
Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Impossible! Order! Order!
Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck!
Extraordinary!
Not in my day!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no...
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die at... Are you insane? What? What exactly are you suggesting that happened to that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened the night of the professor's execution.
Is it the... I assume it's the article, right? The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Newspaper article recounting the tale of an eyewitness, the alleged resurrection. This is the one that tells of the gunshot. So it's the gunshot that killed him, not the execution.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor, published by the Grutter Press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed.
Masui, the young man that stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course, there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
In any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope in finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have been,
Wow, I can't get over this line. Okay.
That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events taking place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who was the alleged witness of the staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber,
The previous witness?
the special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Wax, recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Before he turned himself into a cyborg, apparently.
Order! 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 Surely not, counsel.
Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about, Mr. Drebber? Is that name significant?
Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she?
Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetuated by the very same man.
None. What? But that would mean...
Madame Tuspels. It would appear you know the name Enoch Dreber.
Oui. Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. Exactly 10 years ago.
What?
Oh my.
Good gracious!
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the newspaper from which comes the article I have shown in court.
You're saying that his full name was only published in this article.
Good gracious, yes, there it is. The university student who experienced the shocking event is Mr. Enoch Dreber, the disciple of science at the University of London, and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in a cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Dreber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork, and since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
So, 10 years ago, a young man appeared to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated this claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double of the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So, the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact been contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but the same waxwork, the coroner from the Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report of the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was at the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Dreber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Dreber used a particular waxwork as the body double. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Dreber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case. But please, don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
Huh?
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Order! 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 Very well, I'll uphold your request. Bailiff, send the subpoena to immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Scythe and the forensic investigation team. The woman is compelled to attend Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, the crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out.
After this bathroom break. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. And refill my drink a little bit too. Okay, and we're back.
Thank you for your attendance on short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the good policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntled, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Actually, give me one more second. I'll be right back again. There. Miss Drebber, or Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop.
and Dr. Scythe. As the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. Is it the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime? And where is your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about that waxwork. The model of the killer is known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to the newspaper reports from that time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate with your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery.
So he was a student who saw it.
You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you?
But the man that was having two spells, I mean.
Surely he's not going to claim he's really what he saw, especially not after all these years.
He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
Heh, heh, heh. What an interesting twist.
Huh?
When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, in a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes, let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened tonight, for what it's worth, or that night for what it's worth.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night, 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish.
In the cemetery 10 years earlier.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was about the moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, it was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of the newspaper article.
Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course. You would have to have a screw loose if you believe the corpse could come back from the dead.
But, so, you're saying this article is...
Not worth the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly, yes.
If the details in the article weren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Dr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together.
So, he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument.
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, I had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. I would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches in the end. I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
Which, as we can see, he was really mad that they ruined his fucking career. And who happened to take that picture? That's right, fucking Asmund did, which is why he wanted to kill him. And you can tell because it's the same signature on the agreement that they made together.
That was the only paperwork that been.
Yeah, okay. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article?
Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, counsel, for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you not need to look at the graveyard scene in my appearance to gauge the answer to that.
The lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body?
Any major hospital.
A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there is a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we research students had no money to work with, as I am sure you can imagine. So we made superstitious I
know the goddamn word, but I'm going to have a very hard time saying it.
But we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We could never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest consequences.
We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Professor Harebrain said exactly the same.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity in which you revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I have oh my god, I can't even say it. I have organ donor on my driver's license. You have full, and we'll say it here for extra. If I am somehow dead, you can do whatever the fuck you want with my body. I don't fucking need it anymore. You want to strip it bare of all flesh and leave it as a skeleton hanging in a classroom somewhere? Fuck it, that'd be kind of cool, actually.
Well, if you want to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to be the way it did. That I regret to this day.
So, part of me wants to, like, hit up Miss Two Spells and be like, he's lying, isn't he? Isn't he actually... He wasn't grave robbing. He was the grave digger. He was just making money being a grave digger, not actually grave robbing. But she didn't do a ding. So I thought I heard a sound that sounded like it, but it didn't put the thing.
Yes, the illustration of the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. Thinking back now, I realize that I never actually... Oops.
Hold it!
The strange happening at Logate Cemetery, which you now deny?
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time. You know, I was shaking like a leaf. But I didn't believe a word of it, in fact. I was very nearly arrested myself.
So you went to the papers instead?
I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters on the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the town.
The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets.
And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about this article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I encountered it to him exactly what had happened that night.
And from your description, he drew this illustration.
Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor.
I'm assuming he didn't do it from your description, he did it from the photograph you took.
Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then.
Well... Thinking back to it now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor at all, though.
Hold it!
What are you talking about?
I think I explained already, didn't I? Logate Cemetery is at the rear of the Barclay prison. So it is renowned among his students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life.
But you said you actually saw it.
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor at that night.
I don't know. Is there any material evidence that I could show that that he really did see the professor? Oh, do I have it yet? I mean, I have the old camera. That's just the identifying. There's no plate. It's been removed. Oh, what a pity. Yeah, there's no plates. There's nothing like that. It's like, aha, look what we have here. Like, we've got the little bit of blood in here, but this blood... Is the blood in the camera enough? Is that what, like... That seems kind of far-fetched. We gotta show that he had the camera and took a picture of it, though, right? Or is the picture enough? Oh yes, with this blood in there. Oh. No. Because he has the number 139 in the picture? No, that's on the gravestone, not like on his body or anything. Is there any material evidence we could show that he really did see the professor? We don't have the picture plate yet. Or any, like... If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. So we'll save that for later.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life.
Yeah.
Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tispels, of course.
Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça, I found the man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
So you really consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and given permission for it to be put on display?
I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Ah, oui. I do remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. N'est-ce pas?
Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madam? His camera. Ah.
Yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
You look like a camera with you took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is a part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. Actually, no, it's in my evidence right now. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Tispels way. It would seem then that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes. Interesting. The details of the camera have been updated in the court record.
Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Hold it!
This article, you mean? The published in the Daily Circus?
Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. And carelessly let slip the night after night, I was digging up graves, hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was exceedingly defiled, and I was expelled as a result.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he?
Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort.
What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it would expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Smythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. We have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly. Alright, so my guess is it's the middle one. Present the camera. Now that the details have been updated. The defense. Aw, fuck it. Really? This isn't right? Shit. The defense would have to object that last statement, my lord. And I would have to override your objection, counsel. The defense would have to accept. Glad to hear it. And you would also have to think again, Really? Never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by young. Do I have to do it when it tells me to present evidence? Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. No, it was witnessed on the picture you took with it. From this camera that you always take the pictures with things. Is that what I'm supposed to be doing it with? I don't want to just blast all my... See, I hate this. Every single time I say I don't want to blast all my guesses, the next one I choose is actually correct. But I don't know if I'm supposed to press him on this, and then when he says evidence, then I throw the camera in his face. But woman who sculpted a model of me from waxwork. Then I gave up all my dreams of becoming a scientist as well because of that newspaper article. Alright, well, the only thing I could think of is the camera, so. Unless it wants me to specifically show the blood on the camera? No, it's gonna be, I show the camera, then he says, where on this camera does it show that he was there? And then you show blood, and you're like, aha, blood.
Objection!
That last statement would seem to be at odds somehow with the evidence. Here's your task, counsel, to explain somehow to the... No, okay. Yeah, you can't show a specific... Let me just do this to get those back. 'Cause I'm gonna need them. The illustration in the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. Thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor, although soon afterwards I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist. Is it the fact that there's the the fact that the numbers on there can't really be it? Like, I don't see anything else there that... I don't know, honestly. Which one what it wants me... Is it just the newspaper again?
Objection!
It is the newspaper again. So we're talking about the numbers that's on the gravestones? But he could have just seen the gravestone. Doesn't mean he saw the guy rise from it. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that.
Don't believe what?
Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago.
Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told journalists that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided at the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of his mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, that's what they were going off of? But we didn't know that his face was hidden. How were we supposed to make that as a guess? Especially after they brought up the camera. The camera should have been the main focus of that, but whatever. A lonely student on the University of London. Like, if the tombstone... So, I think this would have been better if the tombstone didn't have the numbers on it, but he had the jacket that had the number on it. And then it goes, you didn't see him, did you? Oh, of course you saw him. You even got the correct number that was on his jacket. That, I think, would have been a much better thing than, oh, well, nobody knew he had the mask. Because, to me, everybody, if he was wearing the Iron Mask, everybody would have seen him with the mask, so they wouldn't have known who he was. So, the mask should have been public knowledge, not something that was hidden. Like I said, if he had the numbers on his jacket, I would be like, oh, okay, yeah, you knew the, but nah, I think they missed the ball with that one. Just like they were just a little bit off of what I was supposed to connect there. A lowly student at the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Or they could at least said that nobody knew he had a mask. Also, I also assumed he never had a mask in the first place. Because if Madame Tussauds did a copy of his face, I would assume she did it without the mask on. So that's why I assumed when I saw this picture that it was Asmon who drew the metal skull over it and not the actual face of who it was. So, like, that's the other thing that threw me off. I thought the Asmon faffed around and faked the picture and messed with the image, why it's a skull, the metal helmet, instead of the actual face. So, yeah, it's just a little bit off. Like, if they just, maybe a little line saying that nobody knew. I don't know. But yeah, once again, if they did it was the number on the jacket, that I would have, like, homed in on really quick. Anyway. Oh, there.
Well, Mr. Drebber.
It's a vile scene, is it not? If you look closely. And I've already been at pains to point out I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I had been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're so stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you.
Of course. Only too happy to oblige.
I can't believe he's not going to concede the point.
What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see.
You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself.
Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps,
and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think I might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah, well, yes.
I can only assume it was an embellishment
Strange.
blotted on the later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
Madam Two Spells, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes.
Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all, how Monsieur Drebber could claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery and on, including the gunshot.
Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Threatening a witness. Have a care, Drebber. Sorry. Have a care, Drebber. There is no way to speak to a lady.
Nah.
Please, Madame Tuspels. Carry on.
Of course.
According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
No, you were very explicit about the details, about the mask that the figure was wearing, and the blood that splattered over you when he was shot.
Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making this all up!
That will do. Mr. Drebber,
Huh? Yes?
you refute to account just as given by Madame Tuspels.
I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position in this witness.
Very well. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any splattering of blood.
Hold it!
Yet, Madame Tuspels has testified that you told her about both of those details.
Not true. I said nothing of the sort.
10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no ground to which to question the witness's word. Ugh. Tell me, Madame Tuspels.
Oui?
What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently splattered on him?
Alors, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. And the bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart.
Oh, one dreadful sight after another.
Oh, look, a shot in the heart. Guess where exactly this other guy was stabbed? Right in the heart.
And since Monsieur Drebber was at this time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and splattered on his body. That's what he told me.
So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it?
Precisely, and I didn't forget it, because I've already said it never happened in the first place.
He's clearly lying. I only had some evidence to prove it.
We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. We mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small.
Alright, so we're gonna go here. Do I have to... I assume I'm showing the camera, and then he's gonna say where on this camera. Because I can't just present that flat. Yeah, no, okay.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
But that is the camera from the fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors.
It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber.
And? Is that supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extended forward in the end of some bellows. Like this. What is that? There's just on the bellow. It looks like a dark red stain.
Nah.
That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a splatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe?
It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood, and not the blood of some animal. But yes, the test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough.
I propose that Madame Tispel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well,
And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb.
Ah!
There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, there's only one explanation. Is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
Instead of saying in other words, it probably would have been better saying like that means you actually But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness! He's shielding someone! Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? I mean, duh.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe. What? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. In fact, it's going to be incredibly wild when we open up the metal mask and find out it was some other person who was killed, and not the person we all know who it actually was. Maybe. And that it was a fake person, so she shot him quickly, because if he was wearing a mask the whole time, how could you know the person sentenced to death was the right one the entire time? But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary, from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose her secret, even if that meant being a complicit in a crime. You mean...
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating with Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Hey, we haven't seen the leg on the desk in a while. Lord Van Zeeks? Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice. And a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Well, just me.
It is just the sort of tall tale that Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer raising from the dead. A Scotland Yard cover-up. A conspiracy in the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea. It was you! You did it! That was maybe probably Lord Strongheart, maybe.
We have too little information to work at our present, I think.
I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Ugh. And have you considered this, my Lord Nimplene's friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman to such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money would bring Walford to research could warrant it.
To rely on such stage deception to make, when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money into the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Asman at all. Only forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny. The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There's a little contract. There is a contract, that's true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it.
Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have a last one chance before the jury shows their patience with the charade. Why would... Excuse me, Mr. Drebber. Why would you simply not just pick up a gun and fucking shoot them, eh? What are you doing? You got access to him. All you had to do was just make the thing with the guy, the fake scientist. You already got close to him. Why couldn't you just fucking kill him the old-fashioned way? Why did we have to do this entire thing by going around and you doing a Rube Goldberg machine to get them killed? Come on, man. You could have saved us all some trouble if you just fucking shot him like a normal person. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? How do you explain why this engineer would throw all the caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to any more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Asman the Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. I mean, we don't really... This is why I thought the picture wouldn't have been used again, because we already had to use it a third. Like, this is the 3rd time we're using the picture. That's why I thought, like, that's another reason why the 2nd time was kind of overkill. We should just went right to the camera, but... Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes the motive that explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us?
That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter-pressed nonsense that means nothing.
Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead. What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which the cross-reference with the newspaper article establishes the motive for the deed.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund.
Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man.
Hey, actually, now that I think about it, you made time bombs. Why didn't you just blow him up? I don't think forensics would have been good enough to get back to you that you planted a bomb and blew Asmund up. Like, come on. You're apparently skilled at making them. Anyway. No, I'm afraid not.
What?
There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asmund. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? The name.
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What?
Ah.
As the court has heard, the illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witnesses and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asmund's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wore the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of the case, Mr. Odie Asmund.
Yeah. Yeah.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. How would that constitute the motive for the witness to murder Asmund? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. Why would you invite divine retribution, sir?
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it to print. It caused me to create so many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only newspaper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
At the time, you were a student at the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asmund used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asmund managed to position himself at the heart of the criminal network, thanks to many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows.
And all because of that article. Written by Mr. Asman.
Enough. Stop this endless drivel about my life.
What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in that faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled with their hypothesis anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your idea would be stolen and planted by some rich or another after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of a low gate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent?
Take
Get
that!
the trophy saying you didn't lack talent. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found that at your workshop.
Yeah,
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy? Counsel?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious.
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that it was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man.
the truth is.
Finally, he's going to fold. Oh, yeah, it's her, yeah.
Hold it. Huh. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now.
What?
I admit it. All of it.
What?
What are you doing?
It's exactly as a Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No.
Good lord!
Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived in the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else.
There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket.
Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what you really happened that night 10 years ago.
All the instructions were in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy reports as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is it? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that?
Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
I admit nothing at all.
What?
Have you forgotten about Shut the Fuck Up Friday, Mr. Naruhodo? This trial isn't for me. It's for the defendant. I'm not just going to give evidence that I did this. Fuck that shit. I'm shutting the fuck up. It wasn't me. If you want to do this, you have to get rid of this entire trial, which should technically be over by this point, but definitely isn't, because you haven't convinced them it was me in this trial. Aha, get fucked. Your guy is still gonna get executed, and I'm gonna get out of here, and no one can stop me. I know how this judiciary works. I mean, have you forgotten about the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No. Because you still haven't invented the phrase reasonable doubt yet. Order! Order! Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks? Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor
No. No, really? I find this very silly. This is very silly.
The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. That slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any...
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Thereby absolving the defendant of any problems with defense.
You mean... Okay, thank God. I was waiting for them to say, you have to prove one piece of evidence to make sure he wasn't involved. Okay, thank you, game. Oh my God, thank you, game. I had a bad opinion of you for a quick second, and you fixed that right up. Oh, thank God. Okay. I was waiting for it to say, this trial's about Dr. Harebrain. You haven't proved he didn't not do it.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Oh, all right. Good game. Thank you very much. I thought this was I for a second there I got very depressed about what was about to happen, but now I am pleasantly surprised. This is not your average Ace Attorney. Oh God.
At the present time, it is the conclusion of the court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I don't know. It doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that?
Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... Wait, what? Wait, what? No. What we do now is we get our guy off. We get the defendant not guilty, and then we go to Van Zeeks and say, all right, well, I would like to be part of this other trial, but the game's gonna go. So either I assume it wants me to choose further testimony. But, well, like the judge said, this is not the time for getting Drebber caught. This would be a different case where we're trying to bring up a different thing, and I'd have to be but the problem is the game wouldn't be able to get me to defend somebody. Like, would I be defending Dr. Scythe? I have a feeling this is one of those choices that's going to get interrupted with no matter what I choose. Something else is going to happen anyway. Because the correct choice should be immediate adjudication, because then our guy would just get off. But we want to dig further into this. So story-wise, this is the correct choice. But me-wise, it would be immediate adjudication. But
Objection.
the defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nimponi's friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion at the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open.
Right.
Yes, in hindsight.
Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Even if it's a guilty verdict. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client. And to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe.
Testimony from me? About what?
About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber.
In case it escaped your attention,
I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protesting about this business further with another tedious cross. Thank you, God. At least she's saying it. Thank God. You get me. Honestly, you know what? I like two spells better, but you know what? I think I'm growing on Dr. Scythe now.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. That's the 5th person I've killed, at least in this second half of the game now. I slipped. That's what you call it?
Or, what is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You what?
Lord Van Zeeks. This is most irregular, to say the least. I'm like, seriously, I told you this is not where we're doing his thing, and we're not doing it here. Fuck you, I'm the judge. I'm ending it now. Not guilty. Get the fuck out of here. This is the most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Fuck it, why not? Kangaroo court, let's go. Dr. Scythe, you will testify to the court, explaining the full content of your involvement with the murder apparently committed by Dr. Drebber.
Very well. The waxwork plot. It began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim was indicated in the note's instructions was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in a certain way to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago was that state secret at the highest level. I had to protect it. So it was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say, boy. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the crystal tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and that only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it. I assure you. No, it's just the entire forensic division that just got fucking pulled under by this.
We must be thankful for some mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. If the defense is right to cross-examine any witnesses following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? No, very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse was bolted now, and the stable door would never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that.
So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was a waxwork model. When was the victim's body?
The actual body of the victim was indicated in the note's instructions was beneath the experimentation stage.
Hold it!
So, you knew about the special construction of the stage, used to carry out the trick then?
Now, it was quite obvious what had happened when the victim and the waxwork.
And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork?
I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time.
And why were you given such directions?
Presumably, so it could be recovered by Dredder and returned to Madame Tuspel's.
I see, but why would he want it returned back to two spells? Like, just get rid of it.
I see. And when you put the birdcage back in the experimentation stage?
Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should be where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still.
I suppose. You were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail.
The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this.
Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that the harebrain alone could have killed Asmund.
So, you mean that what you're doing?
I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor?
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
And when you noticed that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death.
Exactly.
So, the actual cause of death was
the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word!
What is it, Mrs. Otto? Something about Dr. Seiss' last statement is playing on my mind, that's all.
Yes, mine too.
Dr. Scythe.
There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calling you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
No. Which part?
What I want her to supplement her testimony with is...
Are we trying to... Are we trying to say that she actually caused him to die with the screwdriver? I mean, the fact that he died from the fall gets her client off, but what she did to the victim? I mean, aren't these both the same choice, though? Isn't the real cause of death and what she did to the victim the same choice? She stabbed the victim. Are we trying to say that he wasn't dead from the fall and that her stabbing him killed him? Like, once again, those are the same... Like, I don't know if one of these is correct or if they're both lead... Like, they both feel like they lead to the same thing. Shit. Not that. Yeah, I guess what she did, right? How you stabbed Mr. Asmund in the chest, that part.
Fine, if that's what you want, but there's really no need to point.
The prosecution concurs. As he points.
Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. There's no picture of it here. Alright, let's just keep going. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately.
The entire team? In preventing a course of justice?
My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all my members. We cooperate on a code of chivalry of sorts.
You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare talk about chivalry?
It was a matter of priorities.
What?
Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary.
Ugh.
Don't concede on the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win.
I need a lawyer.
I'll take that silence as a tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level. I had to protect it.
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this.
Then, your research the secret is now out anyway. Yes, as you say, and I take full responsibility.
Blow me down, Dr. Scythe! Surely there was some other way you could have protected a secret.
No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination.
Phew, I nearly froze under that cold stare she said that.
I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo. So that's her story. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there really are much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. How these two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean.
Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something.
Are we talking about the blood that's on the chest? If he was already dead, his heart would have been pumping, so blood wouldn't have come out of his chest. So it wasn't the fall that killed him? Is that what we're going to be saying? Like if I go to... I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. Okay, my guess is that I'm supposed to present the picture. Because they talked about this earlier, that blood wouldn't have come out if it was pulled out. So why is there the blood on the... I guess that's what it wants. Also, how could you have reached, or is it how could you have reached into the cage and stabbed him unless you opened it up? I guess that's easy. You just opens it up. I'm gonna take a guess that that's what we're doing. If I get it wrong, I have to save after this. I don't know if I just have to press this again, though.
Hold it!
Let's see, one more time. So it was you who stabbed Asmin with this. Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions that had been given. And unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat an eyelids. Well, what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? And if you wish. Alright, I'm going to present the picture and say, if he was already dead, where did the blood come from?
Objection!
Yep. Okay, I was right. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What is the matter, counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
Because remember, she also did the autopsy. She could just be lying about the broken neck. He could have fallen and been alive. The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new that we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph will we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends downward direction towards the man's feet.
And why is that significant, counsel?
Oh, he was killed up on the platform first and then it fell. Okay. If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis experiment was set in motion, that's entirely expected.
Ah, of course. No, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now at the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. If the victim had already been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. Not necessarily. If it chooses one direction, it could just lean, especially like the curvature of it. Because remember, you're stabbing him in the chest, which means you've got the curvature of his breast. So it like slightly going down, I can see that. But yeah, I guess if you mean like in the clothes in such a straight line going down, that's definitely gravity had a hand in it. It's, you know, I take back my objection. For it to have formed a longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asmin, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe, it wasn't Drebber that was blackmailing you. It was Asmon who was blackmailing you. And you used this as a way to get rid of him because he knew the truth. Because of the pictures. He knew it all. Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Dr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes at the scene of the crime to manipulate and implicate the defendant. And you claim that you have authorized a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. Which is actually addresses a thing that I was saying. Why didn't Drebber just shoot or bomb him? He's clearly a bomb maker because this wasn't his plan. Ah, okay. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of which the bloodstain... Okay, this is definitely the best case so far. Tells us has only one possible answer. Is that the case? What is it, man?
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
How she was coerced. Stabbing of the victim. I guess it's how she was coerced. I think this is the answer.
Dr. Scythe, clearly you weren't really coerced by some letter at all.
What?
If you were, where's the note? It's nowhere to be seen.
That's as may be.
So why don't you present it to the court? If the assertion vexes you.
Why would I? Yeah, I've already disposed of it. Why would I keep evidence around? Obviously, I've already disposed of it, and I'm not vexed in the slightest.
Counsel, need to remind you that it was you yourself that established the coercion.
Okay, that wasn't it.
Okay, I'm afraid that little cry is sufficient responsible for such a blunder. I shall penalize you.
Feeling vexed, my nimble needs friend. Very. Okay, so that wasn't it. It was... Okay, it's literally just the death? Oh, okay, one second. It's just the stabbing of the victim. Okay. I was gonna say, like, she's the one who actually wanted him dead, not the other way around. She coerced Drebber into doing it, because she knew of his hatred for him.
The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events.
If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen to its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No, that's the misapprehension.
When the birdcage fell from the stage to the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asmon didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet and climbed out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odie Asmon's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Order! Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Dr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder.
Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now. You're making this all up. As if I would do something like that.
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence as a logic alone.
Ha, logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it.
What? What do you mean?
Tuh. I have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in many a number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Sight there.
I'd rather relieve to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. No, it's fine. I might have done a million different evil, vile things, but the one thing you're claiming I'm doing, that one thing I didn't do. I did all the rest of it, but just not this particular one. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection.
No, it's not, because you killed the original guy. No, when you question the possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What?
What is it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Because she was buying all the scalpels? No. No? No. No, really? Is it? No, 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 no. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. It's gotta be the mask, right? It's not the scalpels. She was buying all those scalpels from someone else, and she was being overcharged. I don't. Part of me wants it to be the scalpels, but I don't think it can be the scalp. Is it the scalpels? Is it? Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. Is it really the scalpel? I'm saving. I don't. Is it really the scalpels? No, right? I would think it would be more the mask, like he recognized the mask or something. But all right, fuck it. All right, you know what? Here we go. Scalpels. I'm going scalpels. I don't think this is right, but it's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
No. It would appear that the word has struck a chord, Doctor. Oh my God, it's the scalpels. Come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh,
What is it?
it's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies in it from a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
We were in scalpel debt? Oh my God, please tell me this wasn't because of scalpel debt.
we were buying so many scalpels. Oh, we couldn't help it. No, we had an addiction. Every time we cut someone open, we had to get a fresh scalpel because we had to. We're doctors, we're professionals. We couldn't just keep using the same old scalpels again, and they would break. We just had to keep buying them. No, there's so much crime.
500 scalpels? A month? At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But accurately, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts.
Asmon's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asmon was still a journalist and wrote the article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching. Okay. I really think these scalpels and her being in debt needed to have been dropped earlier. Just taking a line about buying a bunch of scalpels and being like, aha, well, she's connected to the criminal organization, really is kind of a big leap without like giving us like just something else that's in there. Like unless the game comes and says, oh, remember when Lord Strongheart said how much money they're spending and they're in debt or something? Or like scalpel embezzlement feels like that feels like an ass pull. Like, once again, scalpels? Really, the scalpels? Not the fact that he would have known that she was involved or something from the case? Whatever. He may have well stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Seiss' darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her over the next decade. Yeah, but wouldn't we connect that through the mask and then use the scalpels later to be saying like that? Like if there was some if there was a clue that or some evidence that would let us show that he knew Dr. Seiss' secret and was blackmailing her, that would be the better connection. And then blackmailing her, why were they blackmailing her? What evidence could you show? Aha, we have here the ledger that shows all the scalpels. Why would they need this many scalpels? Or something like that. Then maybe, but like the scalpels first, without us making the deduction is kind of awful. Whatever. Maybe if I chose a different one, like the Iron Mask, it would have done it, and then led to the scalpels? I don't know. Information relating to Dr. Seiss' darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean... I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. Alright, so my guess now is... Oops, not that. My guess now is then that Mr. Asmon did not make this picture off of what his description was. This was taken off maybe a picture that he made because the glass isn't in there. So he must have he must have taken a picture of him without the mask on. So he knows who it is maybe. And that's how he's using it to blackmail, because he knows that she was the coroner. But he knows who the person is and who is clearly alive here. And that's what he was using to do with the blackmail? Or just the fact that the person wasn't dead? But that seems like a... I mean, I guess it could still be. Anyway. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmon in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. Yeah, if we did one bit where we, like I said, if we connected the fact that he knew the secret, then all this would easily have fit together. But going from the scalpels to you're being blackmailed and the scalpels are covering that you're being blackmailed is kind of a weird one. But you'll never understand. None of you.
What we've had to keep covered up all these long years.
As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of the bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years.
Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the anal-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drebber.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. I made for quite the show, didn't it?
So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purposes of killing the victim.
Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge.
Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmund's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmund, did it?
Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in.
Yeah. Oh, which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned object that you saw rising from the grave at Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true.
Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to extract your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise.
It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have paper with him. An article with the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive process started to devise the plan.
What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him. For revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation that I had to suffer.
Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan,
You did exactly that to someone else, didn't you?
Did I?
Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Yeah, but he literally is a failure and a fraud. Yeah, if I was Drebber, I'd be mad right now. Perhaps life treated you like
You compare him to me? I just told you his entire thing was bullshit. Mine was actually correct, and what I was doing is I'm a good engineer. He's a useless pile of scrap who just made up a theory. He couldn't even build the goddamn thing himself. Fuck him.
Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
Aye.
Lord Van Zeeks? Or Dr. Scythe?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted. She's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions of her profession over the years. It's really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that's a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Well, yes?
It seems there's a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sort of details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial. But I'm pleased to say that you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. I've been, me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee to natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor.
I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. Then the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor, that's not true. Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome was his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Then the derision for which you have referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, doubtless even, was correct. The man had no idea. To believe in yourself and your work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams was laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh! Thank you, Barak.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is the court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty in the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord?
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? Done here? Is it over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Well, in that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Court is adjourned.
Now the last thing to do is everybody gather around with Mrs. Two Spells as you open up the mask and see whose face is inside of it. And have a very shocking case before the last one. It's over. That was some trial. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain.
Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad that it's all been cleared up and that you realize you were caught up in a bad situation.
Oh, right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you. Every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Maybe we can move out of Sholmes' place if we do. No, we're never moving out to... maybe we can move out of Sholmes' house if we do. No, Mr. Haruto, we're never moving out of that place. We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Oh dear. Oh, what could I do? How about this? That's memento. The paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now?
Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
Oh, can't allow that.
No, I can't allow that. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing here?
Barack.
I am sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down at your prey.
You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right?
I always knew that you had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? Well, it's been too long time since we left the university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel to make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no. Hold on a minute, Barack. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing. Albert, give up the idea.
So sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barack.
Lord Van Zeeks, what's all this about? A necessary precaution in case the Reaper comes for him.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you meet Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time. I was thinking about it was being nice of him. I thought it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as a prosecutor.
You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Yeah, but Gina's been here this whole time. Unless you're saying because Gina did get caught for pinching first, so that she technically got caught, so it didn't matter? Even if it wasn't for the murder? The Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper sites meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
But, of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Barack! Like the mustached Nymphonese, this man should leave the country without delay. That is why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Goodness, this was your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks.
In court, where people think of him as a reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Urahoto. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Harebrained.
Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. But anyway, goodbye for now. I'm gonna go invent a vacuum cleaner that sucks up ghosts. Now, my Nymphonese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. We're going to kill you instead. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as we walked away this time. The Enigma, Barack Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. So you are satisfied. You saved the guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity toward you Nymphonese comes from. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led you to this thorough dislike of my race? Will you tell me what happened, please? The Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint, my brother, was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of a justice system in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came from Britain to your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course, I remember Dr. Mikatoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a mere minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nymphonese.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in the standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit. It made me a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm sorry to hear, Lord Van Zieks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. Though he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me, personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man soon ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight the whole time.
In plain sight? I think it would be.
We know. Okay, so we know two of the three people he's talking about. Professor Mikutoba, the judge, and now there's another third person. So I guess if it's not his brother that was actually the thing, then I guess it's whoever the third Japanese person was. Although I think it would be funny if it was the judge. If it was the judge, it would be fucking hilarious.
Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, our two nations could very well have ended up at war.
What? A war between Britain and Japan?
But that would mean... Oh my. You mean to say that the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Wrong accent, bro. Excuse me, wrong accent? Do it better?
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum.
So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
It's your father!
The clues that's been... Now see for yourself. Confirm with your own eyes the truth that's been hidden in the past decade.
Not doing the voice is a disservice.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before,
There's some dude with a small mustache.
was Japanese.
Dun dun dun.
What
Oh well, I like to twist it was his brother in the end, but oh well.
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Oh yeah, your father probably has a picture somewhere. Oh. Oh my god, is it his dad? Oh, it's Kazuma's father.
Father.
Yeah, okay.
What? Father?
Oh no, the mask that was definitely hiding who you were this entire time. We had no idea. What? What? No.
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Yeah, he kind of needs the
Existed there before.
the headband.
Ryunosuke.
Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
All right, Kazuma, now time to die for real.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened,
I parted him from it. Haha.
it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Congratulations, we're reunited. Fuck you, I'm out of
Kazuma
here.
said
I'm out of here, losers.
before he turned and left us there in the courtroom.
So he's a living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had the inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Ziek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too? The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth.
Anyway, that's all I have to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Oh my god, he was a ghost! Ghost Van Zieks.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him.
Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She never talked about this with me before though.
It took time to adjust to having father around, but when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Sogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon.
And then he fucked off.
But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Because there's literally 2 more to go. You thought I was just saying that like a metaphor? No, I mean literally. There's 2 more chapters. Fuck you. Alright, that's the end of episode 3. I'm gonna save here. And what we're gonna do is I will be back again most likely on Monday. I don't know if I'll be doing a stream tomorrow. And when I am back on Monday, I'm going to take a small Ace Attorney break, and I'm going to finish off Mega Man Battle Network 3. Part of it is because Battle Network has been going on for a while. And the other part is like I said at the beginning, I'm feeling kind of sick. I made myself feel better. I took like a little Tylenol or whatever, and made like the little like low fever and aches go away. So I was able to made it through the stream perfectly fine. But I don't know how I'm going to be feeling in the next couple of days. So the last thing I want to do is add a bunch of talking stuff on when I might have a sore throat. So we're just going to hold off. Plus, I need to finish Mega Man. It's been like 2 months I've been stretching Mega Man out, and I do want to get that finished because I do enjoy playing that as well. And since we just finished another huge chunk of story, this is the perfect time to give Ace Attorney another small week break before we come back and finish off the last 2 episodes. So that will be the plan. And if Mega Man is somehow completely finished next week before everything else is done, and I'm actually feeling good, then maybe I'll probably just do some of this anyway next week. But if not, I guess it'll be Skyrim if Mega Man's not finished. But anyway, that's the plan. At the very minimum, Mega Man Battle Network 3 will continue on Monday. But maybe I'll see you all tomorrow anyway. But besides that, have a good night, everybody. And I'll see you all next time.